Hello.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Hello.
That. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. What day is it today? There's a day? Actually, you know what? Let's go immediately to this screen. Let's immediately go to the Black Myth Wukong screen, so then that way I can stop having the really loud music in my ears and what have you. What day is it today? Is it payday for you? Alrighty, we have God raised up the wazoo. No. What day is it today for you, Zach, as we go and deal with the giant tiger? And once again, I forget.
Take this!
I didn't do a good job at the start, so it's an annual occurrence. Oops, sent you a thing. Feel free to check when you're less terminally shit-kicked. Noted. Hang on. Can I look at it now? No. Hang on. Is it about the invoice? I have a confession to make there, Izzy. Alright. Well, actually, it's not a confession explicitly towards you, Izzy. It's more of a confession towards Chad. And like, you know, trying to save monies and what have you. I didn't save monies this fortnight. This fortnight, I am spending money. I am getting some fancy schmancy art. So, there's the one that, like, hang on, there's the one that all of you guys know about, which is the one that is being done by Izzy as a gift to Scribbly and Kusaki, but I want to make it a surprise for them, so I just got the invoice for that one, which is great. But most recently, What Insomnia did a tweet, and I feel like he was just fishing. He was just like, whoosh, and the bait was, oh, maybe I should do some VTuber commissions, and I was just like, oh woo, VTuber commissions by What Insomnia, some PNG tubers, and he is like, hey, I see you liked that tweet. And I was just like, what? So now, Insomnia is very expensive. And there came this very, you know, precious moment. So I have not one art commission, but 2 art commissions. So, yeah. But it's not a disaster, because I'm not like, you know, I'm not telling Insom or Izzy to be like, hey, give me 2 weeks and I'll get the money to you kind of thing. It's instead a case of, hey, payday is Tuesday, so I'll be able to, like, you know, send the thingy-madiggy then and what have you. So, although given the word, so this is less of a, this is a more, sorry, receipt for looking, you know, I'm looking for this.
Uranina paid me to say Grant is basically saying I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
You are way too correct as you are. But rest assured, I will pay my artists. They are not waiting 2 weeks, they are waiting 1 day. They are waiting 1 day, so hopefully that's alright with you, Izzy. Because half the reason for it is so then that way I'm not dipping into my savings too harshly.
Tomorrow is Tuesday.
Tomorrow is Tuesday. Yes, tomorrow is Tuesday. And I get paid on Tuesday. I get paid at like 12 or 1 p.m. So, and then when that goes off, I'll, you know, do all the thingy-madiggies and what have you, so. Alrighty. Now, we are here, and we are going, like, I probably don't need to be hitting my head. And, tomorrow is Tuesday, but Monday is my birthday, so what is the itinerary? Oh, that's why your thingy-madiggy was, blah, 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 blah. That's why you were like, guess what it is? It's an annual occurrence. It's your birthday tomorrow. Nice! Happy birthday in advance to your birthday tomorrow, Uraneazak. Alright, I gotta fight this monkey. Ow.
Hello.
Hello, Jason. He's always doing that anyway. I'll learn his patterns again. It's been a while since I played this, okay? It's been a while since I played this, but don't you worry. I'll know exactly how the tiger moves, so then that way Tony over here won't get me with his frosted flakes. So... But yeah, rest assured, you'll be paid tomorrow, Izzy. So yeah. Pool of blood filled with the blood of those that got their ass beat during the demo. Yes, that.
Take this!
So far, I'm doing better now than I was previously.
Fool guy! Quick with your rubbish trick! Get out here!
Oh, damn it! I wasn't able to do my... I thought the raised defense thing would do it. This game is just furry bait? Yes, it is. Yes, it is furry bait. I thought you were getting your flakes frosted. Ugh, like... yeah, the flakes are frosted. The K is special. He's really putting a loop along my fruit. He's really making the bones snap, pop, and craggle. The captain is really crunchy. The, me charms ain't so lucky. It's always the sweeping kick that I don't know how to deal with. I don't know how to deal with the sweeping kick. Drink up. Never mind, I got killed before I got my drink. He's sucking on your grapefruit. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I have not heard of that. cereal before. The aim of the game, or Zach earlier, with my quotes, was that they had to be cereals. My flakes were frosted, the bones snap, popped, and craggle, the captain is crunchy, me charms ain't so lucky. Like, you need to follow the rules of this, like, my cinnamon toast is crushed. Or such like that. I got a whole mess of other commissions that I need to get to. Whole mess of other commissions first. Noted, Izzy. Can we get a shout out, please, for Izzy the Fat Cat, please, as I take on Tony the Tiger over here? Thank you for the shout out to Izzy the Fat Cat. It's a big tiger with big possibilities. Yeah, and he's kicking my ass! Enemies with shields can use them to block regular attacks. Shattering the enemy's shield will make them vulnerable and stagger temporarily. Certain spells may also do wonders. Alrighty. If I think of any more cereals, I will add them to the, I'll add them to my, like, little quotes.
Take this!
Okay, so... Go! I don't get immunity frames or a heightened defense when I'm in the air like that, do I? Embrace the stick magic? I'm trying to. You put the bitch in obituary? that one's a good one. That one's a good one. It's not cereal related. I need cereal-related puns right now. I'm way in too deep with the Tony the Tiger and the snap, pop, and crackles and the... He's really puffing the cocos. Oh yeah, by the by, it's September. Did you know that? Thank Christ for my robot reminding me of these things.
fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right here!
Ugh. So yeah, he can like, so it looks like he can do a sand thing, and then he's like, leave the hot cat. No! Did you not see the pool of blood?
Be so fine. Then boom.
Horny.
Kahlua is horny. Kahlua is horny for Tony the Tiger over here. Like, look at this. He is very villain-coded. Give me a minute, right? Look, watch this, okay? Here I am, playing the monkey, getting my flakes frosted, my cocoa's puffed, the captain has crunched me. Look at this tiger, with the singular sword and the pool of blood before him. Look at him. Look at this dude. It's got blood on the claws and everything. Look at this. This is a very deep... Aw, damn it, you got me distracted. Alright, here we go, and then he's gonna... Look at him! He's misunderstood, is he? What about me? What about me and my monkey? Nice fucking try. Ah!
What's left is the key.
Monkey. Monkey! You know what? Because Kalua's here, there's too many big cats around. We're not gonna deal with the tiger anymore. We're gonna go to an entirely different section of this particular area of this game. We're gonna go over to the other place. Hang on a second. Where was the other place? We are gonna go to the Fright Cliff. We're gonna head to the Squall, wimp. You try it! We're gonna go to where the big lions are instead. Yes, at Squall's. Let's see. Look, we're head to a Squall hideout where we're definitely going to get all kinds of lions. Absolutely. Ooh, hello. There we go. There must be a way to deal with you. Oh, hey, there's a cave here. Didn't know you were here. Alrighty. I'll deal with him a different time. Oh, look, there's another... That looks like another cat person right there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that looks like a cat person. That looks like one of those fucking like people with the cat ears only. You know those like where they're like, I'm not a furry. I'm just a Makote from the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Ah, fuck. That is some really weird pussy face. Oh, he's gonna explode. Oh! What? Nope, there comes a big one. Oh, there it is, resurrected again. What is that noise? Huh. Is anyone like experts of like the what's-a-mahoozy, the Journey to the West stuff? I can see Tony the Tiger turn a lot of you in here into sinners. That is exactly what happened. Alright, so we got another one of the Buddha's eyeballs, it seems. No idea what the Buddha's eyeballs are for. Also, shouldn't the Buddha only have, like, 2 eyeballs? Why, like... Hang on, I'm pretty sure I have, like, more than 1 eyeball from the Buddha. Yeah, I've got, like, 3 of the Buddha's eyeballs, and they're telling me there can be as many as 4. An eyeball extracted from the chanting Buddha heads of Fright Cliff. It might be inlaid elsewhere. Huh. I was just wondering about the myth of, like, Journey to the West with, like, the iconography of that dragon back there, but it's probably not important if it's just silly set dressing before I go into this cave that I can barely see the inside of. Like, this game was definitely meant for DLSS, pushing a lot of the, Alright, hang on a second. Now comes the fun part, where I am now damaged by everything. Oh, that one's a horse dude. There we go. Everything wants to kill me here. There's weird rock people, there's weird rock ladies, there's a lot of cat furries here as well. Why is it always the cat furries? The lions, the tigers, the pumas, the stoats. All of them want to eat me. Anything special about that? No? Okay, it's just here. It's just a random fucking, like, tome thing. Oh, Jesus! Fuck you.
For what deed must his head be hung to all see? For what deed must the waters they govern roam free? For what deed must all matters not known be? For what deed so roam? For what deed must from the future stand itself? Resonate.
Oh, he's got a horse's head. What the shit? How dare you appropriate my people? So the dragon could be a reference into the 4 cardinal directions in the Western mythos. Cool. Give me 1 minute as I give myself a piece of my hair as an incense stick to this shrine. Make medicine. Currently holding to 6 things to increase my thingamajiggy, increase the damage, slowly gain focus, burn, considerably increases damage reduction. There we go. The azure dragon represents the east, the black tortoise represents the north, the white tiger represents the west, and a vermilion bird represents the south. Alright, we are talking about... Oh, actually, hang on a second. What is the worst that will happen if I rest here at this thingy-majiggy to get some of my gourd back? So if I rest here... And then... Is he still... Yeah, he's still there. Okay, so this isn't exactly the best place to sit back. Oh, here comes it. Oh, hello. Give me your eyes, Buddha. Give me your eyes. My eyes. Ow! Where the fuck did you come from? Fuck you in particular. Go. Getting ourselves some mind core, and let's deal with that guy again. There we go. Alright, was there someone talking on this rock? Nope, so they're further up at a sandfall. I can only assume that's what you call them. Ow! Ow! Fuck you! Fuck you! Cool. Hopefully I captured it. Oh, yay, I can take a spirit. Yay. Some of these things are very weird. Spear bone spirit. Cool. Hello. Huh. The fuck is this place? I'm sorry, but when I read, like, the Azure Dragon there, I keep thinking of Estidian, the Azure Dragoon. Oh, hey, an even dustier desert. It's like going from, like, the east coast of Australia to the west coast of Australia. Joy. Unfortunately, we can't pause these cutscenes, so if you're missing out, you're missing out. Black Long. Oh, come on. Ow! That hit hard! I'm pretty sure I went from a, like, 100 to 0 with that one. Lagua King, the Black Long. Resident... I couldn't read all that. Never mind. A hidden long cavern. Oh, thank Christ, this rock helped. Okay, I got off the rock too soon. Incineroar! I'm a bit busy right now. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Why are you like this Incineroar? Ah! Gold. Transformation in vessels require key to activate. The fiercer you fight against your enemy, the more key. Cool, awesome. Can I get, like, more health thingamajiggies? How is your evening going, by the by, little Incineroar? Hi there, Queen Kaiju Pixel! Oh, hang on. I'm dealing with, like, a giant, like... Oh, come on. Maybe I need to put, like, damage thingy-majiggies in there. Balls seem to have so much health in this game. They do, but I think the thing is that much like a Street Fighter or any side-scrolling game, it's about, like, trying to be able to do, like, combos and such. So rather than trying to do, like, poke and dodge, like in Dark Souls, it's all about, you know, doing, like, making an ebb and flow to it all. Where's the thingy-madiggy to tell me how much damage numbers? There we go. Now, I'm curious if I'm, like, doing a little bit of damage or if I'm doing a lot of damage. I'm glad that, like, I got an upgrade to make the dodges cost less. Oh, I did a crit. That did 80. 193? Yeah, so it's, like, more beneficial to do the, It's more beneficial to try and do all the thingy-majiggies that make it so that, try and get, like, all your combos done. Ow. There we go. There we go. Yep, and that does quite a bit of damage. That does not do a lot of damage, but it does a lot of fire, which is good. And I'm almost stun-locking him. This has got to be the most effective my fire guy has been so far. Ah, I didn't do the jump in time. I wonder if... Maybe I should double check if I have, like, any new gear. Like, maybe there's something I could use to help, like, improve my gear, because maybe that might be... Also, I have, like, 1 point that I could be applying into something, like, maybe more magic? Because the magic doesn't revive or anything like that, unfortunately. Oop. Cookie for Queen Kaiju Pixel. My mistake. Here you go. Lovely artwork as always, Queen Kaiju Pixel. I saw your latest stuff. Love the big. Love it. Alright, hang on. Self-advance. Here we go. So... We've already reduced the stamina cost of dodging. That increases our stamina. That increases the crit hit chance. What's this? After sprinting, light attack starter temporarily deals more damage. Massively reduces the stamina cost of jumping. Okay, I'm gonna need that. Because I am doing a bit of jumping here and there. 1, 2. Ow. Oh, and it does, like, full on my... And he hits hard. That was a terrible run. Let's try this again. We're gonna get this right, don't you worry. Spells that are wonders and magic so grand, foes vanquished and lives saved in the palm of your hand. Here we go again. The Hidden Long Cave. Oh my god, what happened to his hair? Ugh. Had to humble you real quick. It did. He really did. He really, really, really did, didn't he? Oh, hang on. Ugh. Isn't this like the whole moral of the original Journey to the West, teaching Wukong to be humble? I don't know. I haven't read that. That's like 100 chapters long. That is a lot of chapters. And I'm busy reading the Warhammer book that people gave me. Oh my goodness. Is it doing what I think it does? Alright, so there's a ring there. And then there's not a ring. Oh my goodness. Is this a hack? Hello, Boxo McFoxo, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hope you're doing all right. All right, so we've got damage reduction for a long time. Removing the burn state. Okay, removing the shock state would probably be the better one to put there. Amplification, and so damage, and then amplification. All right, so. Come on, get done with your combo, please. Ow. Ah, yes! There we go! Almost done, almost done, almost done, almost done, almost done! Yes! Woo! Alrighty, so, clearly, the answer whenever dealing with these kinds of bosses is use the medicine. The medicine is very useful, especially we can activate all of them in quick succession. Yes! I love that these slams match the music beat. Yeah, when I first saw them, I was like, oh, they match the music beat. But then, like, you trivialize it by just standing on these rocks, which... I don't know if that was, like, intentional, but I'm glad they gave us the rock if we didn't want to have to play Beat Saber. Alright, I'm nearly dead. What does this box give me? It gave me something called Thunderbone and a Tridacna Pendant. Slightly reduces cooldown of all spells, or increasing the hit chance. Back scratcher? Back scratcher! Back scratcher? Back scratcher. Ooh. Oh, we get a new thingy-majiggy, so we just need a lot more will and more refined iron sand. Moderately increases the damage dealt by all pillar stances. Huh. Increases the critical hit chance of the unnerving on the cloud step. Nice. Okay, so they do things. Take the form of a spear bone, ward off attacks with the tiger shield, and repel foes. Then bash at enemies repeatedly and smack the ground with a shield to shake foes within range. Cool. What does this box give me? I don't know what box you're talking about. Level design was meticulous about that kind of stuff, especially since the boss could break. Oh yeah, that too. The boss was able to like break these things as well. So thank you for the bit, Boxo, and thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We just need to get more will and more like refined thingamadiggies. That's what the box gives you, some hyper himbo. Thank you so much for the hyper himbo. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. My goodness, this loading screen. They really did send me to another universe, didn't they? Alrighty. Pick up some will. Oh boy. Oh, cool. I've got like full everything, so I'm good to just keep running them. Let's head this way. Where does this lead me? Oh, hey, floating rocks. Oh, not floating rocks.
Code _E_ not paid me to say I sued an airline when they lost my luggage. I lost my case.
You told me that already. Ow. Fuck you. Oh, Jesus. Barely had time to drink! Advertisement, not great. Okay, am I gonna be able to have a rock, like, catch on fire? I don't know. But we're welcome to try. Yes! First try! Did it! Sternness of Stone. And I got myself some thingamadiggies for my troubles. It's not your fault I like straight men. Why is it not my fault? Alright. Wait, why is it not your fault, I should say? RIT. Crafting. We have new armor we can craft. We can make the Gale Guard Beast Mask, which, upon perfect dodge, grants zero focus. Perfect dodge slightly reduces cooldown for all spells. Allow using the gourd while sprinting. So that's for the Gale Guard. Gale Guard Beast Maw Armor. Upon perfect dodge. So this gives us higher defense and more shock resistance. Shrouded Black Wool. 31. Okay, that is better armor to have, and I'm pretty sure we have the silk to support it. Alright. And there we go. Alright, hopefully the defense will be of use. Alright, let's have a look at some sparks we can reignite. Cookie for Queen Pixel Kaiju! It's just the way I came out. I guess. Hold to reignite. Alright, so the Craving Eyes considerably increase focus gain upon consecutive successful light attack hits. Yep, that's good. I'm keeping that. Martial Arts. Increase after 6 with the first. Light attack finishers deal extra area damage. Reduction. Significantly reduce the cost of spinning. Increase the focus gain from successful hits with mobile spin. When stamina is depleted, a weaker light attack finisher can still be performed. Increase the maximum mana. Moderately increase defense. And then we've got these. Heavy attacks that cost a focus point deal additional damage to the enemy based on their remaining health. Ooh, I like the signs of that one. Apologies if this is miscalled shot, but I don't exactly think Grant is straight. Why not? Would you like to tell me why I might not know my sexual preferences? Like, okay, so, serious talk. There was a number of people that thought I was gay or bisexual because, like, there's just this thing of like, oh, here's GrantZeebs, a Bara zebra character who is totally comfortable with, like, the male body and gets a lot of commissions of, like, you know, sexy Bara-looking men. women don't like bara. Well, okay, clarification. A lot of women like a lot of things, but there isn't a large, you know, it's not the common thing that it's like all about the bara. I was just assuming from your Twitter? Damn. Do I have to, like, rethink, like, what I put in my likes and my retweets? Actually, it doesn't matter what I put into my likes, because none of you can see that. None of you see, like, the excessive amount of big titty and all that kind of nonsense that I, like, look at and such. What's this? Grants a considerable amount of damage reduction while performing Sweeping Gale? I want to continue on with this. Grants massive focus upon seeing through and hitting the enemy with Resolute Strike. Increases the damage dealt by a charged heavy. After seeing through the enemy, Skyfall Strike deals more damage based on the number of focus points built. Increases each talent slightly increases the charging speed of all stances. Deal additional damage. When below 1 focus point, the Destined One can still perform varied combos, but with significantly reduced damage. Reduces the stamina cost. Increases the health recovery upon consuming a health thingy-madiggies. Liking one doesn't make you dislike the other. Again, apology. No, it's okay. It's okay. At least you're not, like, coming at me being like, well, how can you really say that you're straight if you haven't sucked dick before, or something like that? Or, I don't know, it seems pretty gay to be comfortable with the human body and to appreciate, like, the male form and all that. It's like, there are people that are out there that would probably, you know, be a lot more critical about me. Like, for instance, Joe Cat was thought of being gay even after he made his song about liking all sorts of girls. And everyone's just sort of like, oh my goodness. How fucking red-pilled. And it's like, dude, just leave Joe Cat. He's fine. So yeah. Nuances. Difficult. Mysticisms for the immobilization. Extend them. When the enemy is immobilized the moment they attack, extends the immobilization duration and massively increases the damage the enemy takes. Ooh. Maybe I should have go- oh wait, no, I did go for that one already, so I just need to time it so it's just before the attack. Recovers a moderate amount of mana upon crashing the immobilization of the enemy. That would be good. Cloud Step. Costs 30 points, cost 50. Okay. And then there's transformations. Each level increases the attack when transformed, so these are things I need to increase. My goodness. There's plenty of big straight guys who let a gay guy do muscle worship. You see, that's the thing. Like, I'm not too sure about, like, dudes touching me. Like, not in, like, in that sort of manner of, like, let me caress the muscles and such. I'm not too sure. I don't know if I 100% feel comfortable with that one. Yep, I'm gonna create a few more of those, because I've got plenty of resources for that. I've got evil repelling. Body cooling won't help me too much. So that one's helpful. Increases the damage and increases the critical hit chance. So those ones are good.
Nani?
Increases damage reduction for a short time. Increases poison resistance. The Lamb Brew doesn't improve. What about just posing? I don't know. Like, granted, I'm probably not like 100% in the right mindset right now, and like trying to explain my preferences and all of my thoughts about like my sexuality and such. Because I know there's, like, people out there that are like, oh, maybe he does like dudes and what have you. But it's like, I have had my own, like, personal experiences where it's like, I feel like it's not the case. Like, I very much like women. So. Ow. Fuck you. got fucking blasted. I think your straightness makes you hotter, but I'm weird. Wait, hang on. That name. Hang on. Sorry. Now you've had me, like, need to actually, like, you know, rotate my attention from the game to, like, to chat, like, a lot more closely. Are you the one with, like, the hypnotism shit? Yeah, okay. Oh, shit. Weird gin thingy-maziggy. Yeah, that's not my thing. Okay, cool, it's dead. Awesome. Can you get, like, off the cliff, please? You and your fucking okay, I need to drink the potion to, like, reduce the shock before I get into the thingy-madiggies. That's what I need to do. Alrighty, so which one was the shock? Shock quelling, there we go. I didn't think you were into— No, I'm not. It's just, I remember conversation involving it and such, and just historically have not been interested in it. So, that's why I'm remembering, like, I'm remembering some conversations and such, where it's just like, I have spoken to you before. And it's because of that hypno nonsense. Which isn't of interest to me. Alright. Inner peace. Yay, and I get myself, like, one thingamadoogies. Excellent. And there is no forward in this area, it seems. No, there can't be. There's gotta be a... Would they just put a dead end here? No. I wasn't getting anything hypno-related. No, 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 it was just... Like, it was just one of those, like, I don't know. It was just one of those things in my brain where I was getting, like, a bit of a vibe I didn't want. That's where my brain was at. Was that a vibe that I was not interested in. Okay, so maybe this is a dead end. Alright, so then I need to use this thingy-madiggy. to travel elsewhere. So yeah, because I got to the platform. There's the Hidden Long, the Rockflesh Flats. Alright, so I guess I'm going back to the tiger to deal with the tiger? I hope I can do a better job against the tiger this time than compared to last time. Hopefully so. Alright, here we go.
Fancy running, do you? Destiny's right there!
Ah! Why is Bugs Bunny Goku going and beating up these innocent Bara furries and one Rockman? That's an end. I don't know. But that furry, that tiger Vanguard, the bloody tiger with the limbs twisted and all that, like, fuck him. Alright, here we go. So, we are going to drink the potions ahead of time. So, we are going to drink this and this. There we go. And then we're gonna head on over and deal with this guy here.
Quit with your rubbish tricks! Get out there!
That was a waste of a potion.
Is the king's to have.
You'd smooch him. You'd smooch the murderous tiger, would you, instead of the cool monkey? Thank you for the bedtime warning, Apple Watch. Alrighty, let's try this again. Also, I'm gonna craft some... I'm gonna brew more of those... nope, wrong thing. I am going to make more of those, like, damage reduction things. So I'm holding on to 6. Regain focus. Damage reduction, here we go. I don't have a lot of licorice, but it's gonna have to do. Alright. Evil repelling, shock. Alright, so let's change the shock to... Miasma for the burn. No, so there isn't anything that will help. I need toys that don't snap. Ah, that's why. So it can't be the little monkey. Can't be the fun Goku Wukong. 1, 2, 3. Ow. Ah, I'm trying my best. Oh! Oh, I did it! Oh, I defeated Tony the Tiger. Don't question why the monk is headless. Did I get a new power, or am I just...
This body of yours is perfect for the art of rock solid.
Nice! Solidify the body like a rock to parry incoming attacks. Cool. Not the bald! My eyes! Alright, Huh. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a giant tiger face in the pool of blood. Huh? Okay. There's something... Okay, a lot of dead bodies. pot. Ow. A celestial jade lotus pill. Massively increases the health. Absolutely, thank you. And I'm out of potion. God damn it. Hello? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, shit. You again?
Easy, easy.
What are you looking for, my dude? Huh. What the hell was that?
This befits you grandly. Hey, luckily I've kept it close for its rightful owner.
A pluck of many. Blowing strands into the air creates duplicates to assist in combat. Oh, that will be helpful. We have a lot of spirits we could be improving. Although I personally like this guy with the head. Everyone else is like a moderate usage. Reduces the key, summons an additional viper. Reduces the key, reduces the key. Quick to ability grants a small amount of additional focus on hit, increases damage reduction, increases stamina recovery, moderately increases attack when low on health. Significantly increases defense. Alright. Each level moderately increases the duration of duplicates. Moderately increases the damage dealt by duplicates nearby. Increases the maximum health of duplicates. Can be cancelled at will. Moderately reduces the cooldown. Grants duration for a short duration after a deflection with rock. Increases the damage of the grants upon successful. Restores upon a successful deflection. When in Cloud Step, unveiling can be performed with a charged heavy. When hit, the decoy will create a shockwave. Okay, I should definitely be upgrading that one when I can. Back to the temple entrance, because I missed out on fighting those weird rat ninja things. Wukong is historically a shitster. He'd probably steal my wallet and my tail while I'm at it. That is possible. Although, so far, we have not played a monkey that has been a shit stirrer. Except, like, at the start, which I don't know whether that's, like, a in the far future or just, you know, in the past. But yeah, can't wait to use the, Can't wait to try out this weapon, see how it goes. Or try out the spell, see how it goes. Love how these guys are distracted. Thank Christ for the duplication. Although the duplication guys use a lot of resources. There we go. Alright, give me your spirit, rat face. Was it a rat? A civet? The fuck is a civet? Never heard of such a thing before. Also, show me what's in this chest. I missed it earlier. Cool. Or Yao Guai cores. Ow, you mother... I need to learn how to double jump at some point. Boy, he hot. He made you. Alright, cultivate spirits. Rat archer, the rat prince, the rat governor, earth, the spearbone, civet sergeant. Take the form of a civet sergeant, juggle twin blades and hurl them at the foe's chest. Once stricken, the foe shall suffer the agony of a pierced heart. Slightly increases the attack. Oh, cool. None of that matters to me.
How dare you disrespect an immortal?
Hello?
Oh, it's you again. You've bested the Yaoguai.
You good? You good? Crazy fox dude, you? I don't think he's immortal. Also, hi there, Xerix. Welcome to the stream. You good? You good there, crazy fox?
Self-refinement is the way to make golden pills. I can never repay you for saving my life. Oh, here, a token of my gratitude.
Thank you. Celestial medicines? Holy shit, you can make those? Maximum mana, maximum thingy. So that maximizes the defense, the stamina recovery. Holy shit! Oh, that's so useful. Oh, now the question is, do I... Costing 3, costing 2, costing 2. Defense is 1. I can get things that will increase my defense. I feel like I want to go increasing my mana. It's not really a Souls-like as it slopes Souls-light. No, mechanically speaking, it's a Souls-like. Alright, here's the thing. You know what this is? You know what this video game is? This video game is an action RPG with a focus on the stamina combat. Okay? Your attacks, your rolls, your high fidelity movements are based off your stamina. There is a mana system, don't get me wrong, but it still plays into the stamina thing where it's like you only have so much you can utilize in order to do your spells, similar to you have only so much stamina to utilize for your attacks. That is mechanically the Souls-like genre. But you know why people don't like using the Souls-like for some video games? It's because when you interpret the Souls-like into a video game, you're not just taking on the mechanical nonsense, you're also taking on to a little bit of the themes and the narrative. So what ends up happening is, let me treat you into a fun fact. The first-person shooter genre was once called the Doom clone. Now I want you to think about this for a second. Call of Duty is a Doom clone. Battlefield is a Doom clone. Resident Evil 7 and 8 is a Doom clone. PT is a Doom clone. Now, do those sound correct? Do those sound like a fair assessment of the genre, mechanically speaking, to all those video games? Because they're all first-person shooters? Not at all. That's what it's like with, you know, at this day and age, we're still labeling shit as Souls-like. Oh my goodness, we can just up it by... Alright, cool. I'm gonna put 3 into you.
From yin and yang, 5 elements emerge. Each nature inherits its unique creation. Each form embodies a universe.
That's cool. But yeah, that's what first-person shooters used to be considered. They used to be considered a Doom clone. So, and then obviously, you know, that didn't feel fair. So then we came up with, like, you know, smaller things. It's like saying all creature collecting games are Pokemon clones when that is absolutely... No. You know what it's worse, Xerix? You know what's worse? If you called Pokemon a Final Fantasy clone. It would be like as if you told every turn-based RPG with a party system into Final Fantasy-like. Or into FF-like. Guess what? Final Fantasy does not even keep to the original mechanics. It's no longer turn-based party system. It's its own action thing. Pokemon is a turn-based party system. It's when it comes to defining genres, it's very important that we try to move away, when it comes to the labeling, to move away from the game that is synonymous with the system, because then otherwise you meet the tone and narrative when you're making for the mechanic. And it happens way too often. I don't like it. Let's see. Copy designs from Dragon Quest. Yeah, no one has been up in arms of years about that. Oh, so it's a Dragon Quest clone. Is that what it is? It's a Dragon Quest like? Sounds like a Dragon Quest like then. Oh, you can only make a maximum of 9. Okay, so 9, 18, 27, and then that does a shit ton of defense. All right.
Uncover the secrets of sky and earth, and thou shalt have pills.
Oh, he has his little fan thing, and he's just like, yeah. How's the game so far? It's pretty fun.
Marvel of the universe.
It honestly feels like I am pushing a narrative and a story, and I'm actually part of the story. I'm not just the cleanup crew after a major after party. I like how a little joke turned into a lovely little tangent. It's exactly how it is. And then we have all these things. All right. Remake. You can remake Celestials? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, I got it now. This is better than Dark Souls. This is better than Dark Souls, okay? For a very simple reason. You are not tarnished for experimentation. It's not a huge cost to redo your stats without starting the game. Because, like, look at... You could just... You can redo your level. You can redo your celestial medicines. You can't redo armor as far as I can tell, but I feel like the armor thing, like, this is brilliant. This is great. That way, if I know I'm fucking up somewhere, I can, like, go back and fix it. An ancient tattered page recording the formula for the longevity decoction. Upon use, it considerably increases the maximum health. Hell yeah. I love the sound of that. And then I can sell all these things. Like, holy shit. This... Like, oh my god, like... How many games decided to, like... put it into their mechanics of, like, oh, if you fuck up your stat line, you just have to live with that. Like, how many games have decided to live with that because it's what Dark Souls had you do? Holy shit. Also, look at this. The thing that everyone was talking about when this game first came out was the fucking, like, physics of, like, the snow and everything. And look at that. They're demonstrating it here with the sand. Good for them. Where the fuck am I? I have no clue where I am. Although, sometimes these games need a map. These games would benefit from giving me a map. Like, what are your secrets? Hey, it's the beer monk. That's the monk that made my gourd magical. Give me a second. I'm gonna pray for a little bit. I'm gonna have a little meditation. And then I'll talk to the booze monk. Actually, one of the things I should do is I'm gonna run an advertisement ahead of time because I'm gonna put my watch on charge. I'm gonna grab my water bottle and I'm gonna go and do the thingamadiggy. So give me a mo. Bees knees. There we go.
Damn it! I whipped in.
Oh! Oh!
Shit.
Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need. Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work. Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? You can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Oh, thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win. Oh shit! Hey, Griffin!
Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap. And Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And then Peter Griffin. All right, I'm back. Oh my god. Fuck it. I was only gone for a minute, but I'm back. There's a keg W in my way. Move, Mega. Saving $200 a month. Too many games, also some action RPGs. Wait, hang on. What's going on in the chat? Hang on. So, 6. I hate how people go about stuff like this with making games compete with each other, especially when it comes with two games that have nothing in common. This is so much better. More HP. Might be glad to know that I'm not at work today. The cost of being actually sick. Wait, you're sick? Wait, you're sick? When did that happen, Jack? What did you do? How are you sick? I don't know if they're hearing me right now, but how are you sick? Put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, I do hope you get better. Hi, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. Mainly the Sword Art Online games from what you see. The
tactical.
Alright, I don't have any new thingamadiggies.
So yeah, also,
Um,
welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zach.
I don't have any new gear I
This is the
can
most useful you're
do.
going to find me.
That's still your
Ding.
I'm sorry.
Dong.
I just wanted to oogle.
A long pearl. A jade fang. The white-clad noble has paid his blood debt. His fang can be used in crafting weapons. Silk and yarn, refined iron, sandstone, and yaguai. Fragrant, licorice. I still need to figure out what to put these things into. And then we've got these. Stone and tiger. This morning just had flu and the meds are stonk.
Hurled by gales,
Stonks!
changed from our former glow. When the Long King defied the court, the Jade Emperor was set to punish his entire house. The 4 sons of the Long King, deities of the 4 waters, fled. Deities? Not even they have control over their destinies. Once caught in the threads of karma, all are mere offerings on the platter. 4 longs for the 4 waters under the sky. Their destiny is sealed as yours and mine. When the Long King defied the court, the Jade Emperor was set to punish his entire house. The 4 sons of the Long King, deities of the 4 waters.
Oh, I already read this.
Once caught in the threads, 4 longs. When the Long King did the 4 sons.
Oh no, I've already heard this. I already heard this. Alrighty, so. Yeah. Why me sexy? Why not you sexy? I don't know if this is the right way.
Besides every sage, a villain resides. Beneath every mountain, an abyss lies.
Oh.
Disparities persist, bloodbaths may arise.
Oh.
Can't escape, and nor can you.
Okay. Oh, I am woefully not. Okay, so probably a bit too soon to go against him and such like that. I will stop monkeying around. Did you see the survey for how many people play Final Fantasy XIV on keyboard and mouse versus controller and people using Legacy or Standard? No! I have not seen any of that. Does not ring any bells whatsoever, I'm sorry to say. Alright, so I shouldn't really be dealing with that there. So, travel from the Yellow Ridge to the Valley of Despair, because there's a few things that I could possibly be doing. Because they were asking for like 2 things there, something about the tiger and the stone at the valley thing. So maybe if I open those up, I'll have a different like something unlocked. Is this the thing I need to go to? Yeah, it's this thing over here. Hang on. Hello. Nice. We've opened something. 97% of Japan uses Legacy, while 69%, nice, of America and 67 of Europe. No idea what this means. Also, a lot of trolls. Hey, look, cats! Is there something here? Oh, hey, a detour. Ooh, another gate. Hello?
We'll rise again, and your meddling ends in death!
There we go. About 30% of Americans and Europeans torture themselves in extreme and savages. If you play Final Fantasy XIV with your camera and character face the same way, you are controlled by one input other than flying, and I don't get you. Noted. I used to not be the Legacy way, I'll tell you. Did it. Legacy movement just makes it so much easier to get out certain attacks and easier with positionals. It makes it so that it's easier to also, like, stay, like, you know, visual of the boss and what have you when you have to do, like, movements such as, like, running backwards and forwards and what have you. There we go. Drink this. Alright, grab you. Oh! There we go. So that's more of the area opened up and explored, which is good. Although the light glare makes it a bit difficult to navigate some of this area. Now you got the song stuck in your head again. Oh, I don't remember the Mandrake song that you're talking about. Makes no sense to me. More fire bellow. Or bell water, should say. Oh, it does not go away very easily. Oh, I just realized there's eyeballs on his sack. That's weird. That is so weird that he had eyeballs on the sack. Alright, well this thing is definitely a weird-ass fucking spirit. Hopefully it's an epic one. His sack balls? Oh, why'd you have to say it like that? I do appreciate you being here, Tabitha. Please don't go away with such witty comments as sack balls. Oh, hello. Laojai Fragrant Vine. That's actually useful. Fuck you. Nice. I'm glad I'm exploring. I remember that was one of the things Davey Boy told me to do, and I do appreciate that, because, yeah, it definitely did, like, that thing of, like, oh, you need to go through, like, 2 other boss thingamadiggies before you're out. There we go. A 9 clap beams in. There we go. Give us a little bit more health. Alright, absorb more of the spirit. Nice. We got more will. And we got ourselves another, what looks to be another, like, door. Was saying stupid Mandrake for that enemy popping up. Mudkeek. Alright, let's see. So the Immobilize recovers a moderate amount of mana upon crashing the immobilization of an enemy. Yep, absolutely. We're going to go for that one right at the get-go. Casting Immobilization no longer interrupts the light attack combo. When an enemy is immobilized, massively increase the engage distance. Cool. I'm probably going to have to redo where I put some of these points, to be frank with you, but it's not the end of the world. And now we can make new medicines, such as the Longevity Decoction. Upon use, considerably increases the maximum health It uses licorice and the jade flower, however, so that's gonna be a bit. I'm gonna rest. That way we, like, redo our thingy. There we go. Yeah, okay, let's open this door. So, the face of the lion and the stone opens doors. No idea why, but it opens them. Oh! Okay, so I'm basically on the other side of... Interesting. Okay, okay. So that loops me back into where I was before, which is nice. Oh, what the... What was that? Huh. Huh. Okay. And that isn't a down. Alright, so I guess we're dealing with the yellow sage again. Yep, there he is.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough!
That was a very delayed strike. Okay, I don't know how to deal with that. Space! I am going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism yet. Space! In Pillar, you can climb to the top of the staff by charging a heavy attack. Nice. Let's give it a... Nah, let's not try. Tis a silly pose. Damn! 99% himbo. Nice work there, Xerix. Nice work on the 99%. Proud of you. Alrighty.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back? Ooh.
Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Ow. Hi there, Minty. Excuse me. Yeah, I might need to try with rather than using the cloud step, maybe I need to use the other magical ability. Maybe that's what I need to do. It was a sleep paralysis even. Has made it so that there's no 100%. What? No, there is a way of getting 100%. It's just really, really difficult. Alright, hang on a sec. Here's what I'm gonna do. That grab was sick. It just straight up, like, just kicked his head face down. Yeah. Alright, hang on. So, I'm gonna get rid of those. Strands are very expensive. Alright, here we go. So, Rock Solid can be cancelled at will and reduces the cooldown. And this one grants damage reduction for a short duration after deflection. Alright, here we go. So, because... I'll get rid of the plucks. Just so then that way I have... And to focus upon a successful deflection. Increases the stagger. I don't know if... Increases the charging speed of staffs, increases the damage dealt by varied combos. I should have had that for a while. Alrighty, let's give... Can I craft the next weapon at this point yet? No, I need a lot more refined iron sand and a lot more will, it looks like. Alright. Let's give this a try. Actually, I still fucked up. Hang on. Self-advance. Is there a way for me to swap my spells? Yeah, I need to change my spells. Before I go any further, I need to go back and change my spells. Otherwise, what I've set is not gonna... Because it's still set on Cloud Step right now. I need to make it so that's the other one. Set spells. There we go. So I need to make it the rock thing here. The transformation is fine. Immobilize costs 50. Alright, let's have a look at the new spirit I got as well. So... The Rat Governor, the Spear Stone, the Civet, the Swift Bat. Gore-Eye Taoist. Takes the form of a Gore-Eye Taoist who yields a staff topped with a toad whose eyes emit a crimson glow. Stay within the glow and your attacks will be enhanced. The staff vanishes on its own after a while. Moderately increases the maximum mana. Increases poison resistance, increases attack when on low health. Reduces the stamina, increases attack, increases damage reduction, moderately increases thunder damage. Take the form of swift bat on 4 wings. Increases critical hit chance. Assassin. Significantly increases defense. I still like that one. It's a high cost, but nah, I'm gonna keep to my big-headed monk thing. I think it's appropriate to stick as the big-headed monk for now. Otherwise, who knows how the rest of the upgrade path will go. But yeah, I'm enjoying the game, Minty. I'm having quite a bit of fun. I think it goes well.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
I need to get better at that. Oh, it's a very short. It's a very short window to... Ah, there he goes again! Ow. Oof. Are you playing the Final Fantasy XIV with publicly acclaimed Heaven's Ward expansion with the Twitch chat community? Not today. Today, I'm going through more of Black Myth Wukong. Alright. You know what? Fuck it. I found this during... like, my, like, running around and such. Because turns out, I somehow picked something up that now gives me, like, things to open up waterfalls. Because there was a waterfall in the forest that did something, and it opened up this place that I'm about to go to. That I did not go through, like, I did not try to defeat it yet or anything like that. This is where it ends me up. The Claw Grove, where there's a giant fucking dragon thing here. Red Long. Oh, okay, that does that. Alright. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's see. Come on, get closer. Oop. Ow. Oh, there we go. That's what we want. Ow. The black tortoise, the scarlet bird, the azure dragon, and the white tiger. I forget the Chinese names, though. So, we dealt with a boar. I don't think... Maybe that could be interpreted as the, I don't know. These are the longs? L-O-O-N-G. I'm not too sure if that's the same sort of thing. I'm glad I'm wearing an armor that reduces shock. That's actually fairly useful. Okay, it does like a significant hit to them. Ow, but I also need to be careful of that.
Did you see it?
Ah! It's an interesting dragon. It is an interesting one. The game has not been treating me well, but that's not gonna stop me from having a good time, okay? It's not gonna stop me from having a good time. I will get better at dealing with this particular one, especially since I've now come to terms with the fact that I don't need to, like, you know, do a lot of damage on its health all the time. I just need to break the pots when I have a chance to. Although I do need to be careful of that.
Hello!
How's it going? Hey, oh my goodness. Alright, hang on. Okay, is this the time I use the monkeys? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Let's... Hey, hey, it's the monkeys! Nice. I think I got stuck. Woo! Yeah! Welcome back from dinner, Jason and Code. Hope you're doing alright. I defeated a dragon. And I get a chest from it. A cool looking chest. Careful not to like pick up my nails. I'm going for like a manicure pedicure thing with my sister this Saturday, hence why I'm not doing the Final Fantasy XIV stream in the morning normally. And a Thundertail. Nice. Cool. And a Balshan sensor. Huh. Is there anything of interest here? Nope, it is just a massive fucking arena. Alrighty then, so it's just a massive fucking arena. So... grants considerable when gourd use is depleted. Interesting. Slightly reduces cooldown of all spells. You know what? I'll take the defense hit because this gives me like damage reduction when I'm out of gourd, which is very helpful. That's gonna be very helpful because it's like, oh, if I can't heal myself, then the damage reduction is going to come in at an opportune moment. It's gonna be very useful. Alrighty. Also, you have a butt scratcher. Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! I do. I got it from the What's-My-Who's Sage. Scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Observe as I take on this... So yeah, I make quick work of a lot of enemies now. Or I make quick work of enemies in earlier areas. It feels good. It's a great power trip.
So there.
There we go. See, look at this. Only doing like 50 or 60 damage, which is quite a bit here. There we go. And then... grab you. Ah, it's just a ginseng. It's not important to me. That. I'm just heading to the shrine thingy-majiggy. go. Alrighty. There's a shrine there. Alright. Now, so we were at the travel. So back at the Yellow Ridge. So there's a guy at the cellar who does this stuff. Skull, hideout to the rock west. The rock platform. Cannon. Then there's the Wind Seal Gate, which is the Yellow Wind Formation. I'm gonna head back to the Valley of Despair, because there was like 2 paths I can go, and I'm curious about one of them. Curious about one of the 2 that I took. So, yeah. Thank you for the head pat, Sangirl. I greatly appreciate it. Definitely need a map. Also, I need to remember which way I went. So, because I came from up there. And there's water down here. Alright. Gather the Jade Lotus. The exploration bit is going to be a tricky one to follow. I'll do my best. So, because that gave me like a shortcut to the yellow path. And this is... Yep, another one of these guys. Alright, so that does 337 damage. So if I'm able to do my if I'm able to do the varied combo thing, it gives me 330 damage. Lots more licorice through that, which is great. Okay. So yeah, it looks like it might be better doing it this way. More spark, thank you. I'm gonna need quite a bit of spark, I imagine. I hate how you're all up at that place. Fuck you. Alrighty. So... that way took me to a weird place. Alright, let's scrap. There we go. Sprung that. Oh, more eyes. Excuse me while I grab your eyes real quick. I didn't realize they had more Buddha eyes. That was a worthwhile trade. Nice. Alrighty. So... it's just a repeat of the... Alright, rest here again. Let me just do some self-advancement. Increases health. Those require 2s, this requires 1. I'm gonna increase the critical hit chance. Because I feel like that would actually be... okay, so it goes up by like 1% per point. So that's not really worth that much. So I'll probably need to put into other things. Also, I need to figure out what the fuck the monk's eyes are for. There must be a purpose to the monk's eyes. Oh! Okay, so that wasn't actually a barrier. Nice. Hello? You're not a threat, are you? You look relatively humble. Hello? Oh, Jesus.
Raise thy cup, seek answers on high. Who defies death neath every sky? Oh, I messed up my mission.
You
Go
okay,
find
good sir?
something to sober me up. Two more jars from Windrest. Make it quick. Two more jars from Windrest. Make it quick.
Windrest? Okay, so... are they talking about a person or a place? Oh, hey, a meditation point. Very helpful. Alright, let's have a think. Oh, sorry, I'm just rubbing my eyes. Alright, so... 2 jars from Windrest. Where or who is Windrest? Is it in this area or is it elsewhere? Alright. Another spark, thank you. Alright. Oops. looks like there's another path up here. Excuse me. Thank you for the licorice. Damn. I thought that door would be open, or an option to open. Huh. Maybe not from this side, but maybe from the other side somehow? I'm gonna need to explore a little bit more. Another stone spirit and a Yaguai core. Excelente. There we go. Leading me back here. Okay, but if I go through that major door, that just puts me in the long place, which isn't where I want to be. It doesn't offer me anything. Neither do those. Yeah, that just transitions me to long, which isn't what I want. Goodness gracious, this game is most certainly giving me the thought of, hey, you're gonna have to do exploration, open world. Huh. I need to find out what windswept is. Weird rock. Oh, hey! I can do something with this. On the cliff it says, bound by... what? Bound by 6 seals, eternally confined in the yellow... in the yellow earth, the evil fate entwined. Okay, so... are they talking about the eyes, then, in that regard? Awaken worms. None of them are here. 5. Okay, so I'm holding on to 5 Buddha eyes. So, would this mean that I need to find a 6th eye, and then I should be able to unlock whatever secret that thing is about? Possibly. Alrighty. Stone spirit, tiny. Oh hey, I missed this thing earlier. What's this? Hey, more mana. That's what I want. I'm always looking for more mana. Oh, hey, there's more to this. Okay. Okay, that's good. I thought I was Yeah. Okay, this makes more sense. Oh, hello. So then... There we go. God, if this game gives me a double jump, I'm gonna have so much more exploration. Aha! I know where this is leading me. It leads me down here. Okay. Okay, so if you did either one of the bosses a different way, you'd have the face mask things. Let's see. Windswept. Marshal the White Mist as him. The Black Wind. Yellow Ridge. Is the cellar. Fright Cliff has the Rock Rest Flats. And then the Wind Seal. Alright. Alright, back up to the top. Let's have another look. So, because the caves... So I think the cave I went through earlier got me to one of the rat peeps. And then it also led me to the, blah, 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 blah. So this is what... So I was fighting the rat things here previously, doing the prayer. And then, yeah, I completely missed this thing on the left here. So then I go through here. And then we have the thingy-majiggy for, like, going down the toboggan spot. So this thing here. Doesn't look like there's anything else I can be picking up, so that's that for that case. So yeah, let's... So head to the Skull Hideout, take a right instead, and that should take us elsewhere. Take us someplace different. Let's see how we go. Alright, so we were here previously. We went up that way previously, so now we go this way. Alright, we need to keep an eye on Buddha heads next. We need to keep an eye on Buddha heads for any, like, glowy eye shit. Head there that we already taken care of. that was where there was a chest. Alright, so we're missing like one Buddha eye. I think once we have... So, because we were holding on to 5, we need a 6th. Because then once we have the 6th, we can then like put something into that weird Buddha statue, I imagine. The question is... There we go. What the?
Some bastard has got me trapped in this rock with his spell. Even the rocks on the ridge have come to life. In that cave, there's a rock guy lurking, holding secrets, I bet. Should you uncover the reason, I shall find my way out. Rocks turning into guys, 'tis no small matter. In that cave, there's a rock guy lurking, holding secrets, I bet.
Okay,
Should you uncover
okay.
the reason, I shall find my way out.
Alright, so I need to find a cave. I think I was close to one earlier. Probably, like, where I probably was missing the particular path of the cave that wanted me to go to. There we go. Alright, I don't think I went through that squall hideout, to be real with you. I think I avoided it last, so let's see how we go this time around. We're gonna avoid that thing. We're gonna head through here. More rock things will appear. Yep, more rock things will appear. We were dealing with that section of the cave before. So then we go here. Hey, here. I don't think we went through this way before, did we? I don't think we went down this way. Oh. Yeah, this is different. This is new. And I hear a Buddhist. Ow. Fuck you. You hear him, right? Go. I'm poisoned, but I'm finding new areas. Poise stone. Alright. But you hear it, right? There's a... It's on the other side of this rock face. There you are. You're helpful. That's gonna be helpful. Ow, fuck you. Nice. Yeah, these are rocks that are gonna come to life. Oh. Ah, okay. So the Mother of Stone doesn't like start fighting at any point. So so my strategy is sound. They're giving you Guild Wars 2 flashbacks. Are they now? Don't worry too hard about it. Also, why am I getting direct messages? What's going on? Dung. Ah, cool. Awesome. Alright, hang on. Offer incense. Because we can get to that spot closer via the rock flat crest. Monkey! Welcome, Davey! Welcome to the stream! I found 6 of the monk... I found 6 Buddha eyes. So I think I might be able to unlock a secret with that. But for now, I'm trying to deal with a, I'm trying to deal with these stone things. So, give me a few. Alright, so there's the first one. There was a second one somewhere. But it doesn't look to be the case. Alright then. Ah, there's advertisements. I need to play this more, honestly. I'm on the 3rd area. I think I'm technically in what's called the 2nd area. It's cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Cookie for Bookie. Alrighty, let's... Yeah, because I don't think I have any... I don't have any sparks to make it a worthwhile thingy. There we go. Hopefully there isn't a stage 2. No, it doesn't look like there's a stage 2, thankfully. Alrighty, there's no stage 2. So I dealt with a stone Yao Guai. Don't know what that guy's doing. But yeah, hopefully you're having a wonderful evening, Bookie. How are things? They're going good? Alright, there's nothing else over here, which means we run back out of this temple. Hi there, Jonathan Vall. How is the monkeying? We have returned to Monkey. We're monkeying about. It's a great monkey experience. Offer our incense, and we got like 3 sparks we can ignite. I want to apply it to, let's see, so grants a considerable amount of focus upon a successful deflection. What's this one? Recover a considerable amount of mana upon deflection. The deflection window narrows upon awakening. The deflection narrows upon. Oh, okay. This is the attack. So there's that. And then with mysticism, casting immobilization no longer does the thing. Increases the charging speed. Increases the talent damage dealt by a charged smash attack. Grants massive focus upon seeing through and hitting the enemy with resolute strike. Increases attack while transformed. Maximum might. Recovery. Slightly increases. Also, weird bug on my camera. There we go. Foundationals. Let's have a look. Increases the focus gain from perfect dodges. Damage reduction for a short time after a perfect dodge. Leave an illusion in your wake which explodes instead, dealing massive damage. Considerably increases when it's about half. Light Sparter. Successful hits. Defense. Increases maximum mana. Let's quicken this one. And this one. Those should be good ones. Alright. Alright, so I dealt with the stone Yaoguai thing. So I'm gonna... Let's head back out. I'm gonna check out that guy who was like talking about the what's-in-a-whoozy, see if whether or not he's still in his little rock. I hope he's not. I hope he's out of it and I can help him out even further. Oh, come on. Thankfully, there is no detriment in dying in this game. It's not a huge detriment. I don't, like, lose out on all the sparks that I'm holding. And she comes back alive, so we gotta get going. Fuck you. Also, I saw the guy was still in stone, so that was a bit annoying. It's not like there's any further I can go into the cave, though, is the thing, so... there we go. Sorry, I just had to... You know what? I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna tell... I'm not... No, not there. Gonna go further down to try and find the rock guy. Are you stuck on a side quest? I'm stuck on 2 side quests, technically speaking. So give me a sec, Davey boy. I'll get to one of them so you can see. So we head to this squall hideout thing. So Okay. This guy.
Gullible one. I finally got my hands on the treasure.
Hello?
Why are you still here, eh? You ain't expecting us back, are you? Shameful. Be gone, you greedy inept rats. Get lost, you disgrace.
You can kick his ass? Is it a good idea to kick his ass?
Disgrace.
That's the thing, is like... There we go.
Oh, you got me skull! Oh, mercy! Mercy! Mercy!
Thank you. Alright. He won't die, he just gives you stuff. Cool. The Azure Dust. Transform into a rock guy, immune to all 4 banes. It builds up might when hit.
Yeah, you expecting another treasure? You wicked... But I can't be handing it over. Come back later to try... Easy there!
Alright. Hi there, bear killer who loves beer. Welcome to the stream. I hope you have a wonderful time. Alrighty, so we got that one out of the way. And then the next one is back over. So there's 2 places. So actually, let me go to a secret area. Thank you for your assistance there, Davy boy. I do appreciate it. How am I doing? I'm doing fairly alright. Alright, I got one more place I need to go. And then I'm probably going to call it for a night, because it is getting late. I am going to... Where's the thingy-majiggy to stop raids for an hour? There we go. Stop raids for an hour. Alrighty. So, there's someplace I need to go. Someplace I need to check out. I'm not going to deal with you, rock fella.
Ingral demands you drink.
Here it is. So I think this thing was talking about, like, the Buddha eyes. So I collected 6 of them. Oh, Lord. Did I just open up a second fight? Shigandong. Ow, I didn't know he was gonna go that way. you. I thought it was gonna take me to a secret area, not a hidden boss. But we can take it on. I just need to double check the spell recently, because I don't think the fire transformation guy is gonna be helpful. I reckon the other guy is. Because you said there was like an azure. Alright, hang on a sec. So this. So setting my spells. So this changes from the red tides to the azure dust. Build up a full focus to unleash this spell, leap high and smash into the ground, causing a large area with a shockwave of earth and stone. So yeah, we'll give that one a try. We've got the mini monkeys thing. Do I want to change to cloud stack or rock? Upon releasing and unveiling can be unleashed. Timing is casted too early or too late and it won't work. Beware who possess powerful moves may shatter the rock. Yeah, let's go with that. And then immobilize is the same sort of spell. Did I get any... No, I don't have any of those. But yeah, I already know about the hidden long cavern. Because I also went and did the, I already went through, like, the long claw grove as well. It depends on, are you good at parrying or need an escape route? I think I need an escape route is what I want. Meanwhile, I have this spell, which, you know, Thundertail, Thunderstone, Refined Iron Sand. I don't have any of those. And I can't go any further down in that. Considerably increases the critical hit chance of the Unveiling Strike, so Unveiling Strike is the right way to go. Alright, and then I've got the armor. So, the bronze monkey mask doesn't help. So yeah, perfect dodge slightly reduces cooldown for all spells. I've already done my bruise. Alright, let's do a medicine. That requires licorice. Critical hit chance. Let's go with you. Increases damage. And let's see, shocked, poison, chilled, burn, damage reduction. Alright, let's go with this for the health. There we go. Need to know where to get the iron sand, or you'll figure it out? I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Either I'm gonna, like, do a bit of grinding, like, for levels and what have you, or, you know, I'll be a clever cookie. I'll figure out where to go for iron sand. It's most likely going to be something I can acquire. You're in chapter 2? I think this is chapter 2. Alright, deliver the eyes. Here we go. And right at the get-go I can stop. I should have jumped. Oh, he does a lot of shockwaves. Okay. Oh! Come on, move out of the way, move out of the way. Drink, 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 drink. Stay alive. There we go! Second try. You play way more cautious? I think it's just because I'm very, like, dodge heavy, where it's like, I'd rather not get hit than... I don't know. I'm just... It is what it is. But yeah, there we go. Skanda of Feeling? Okay, so... That's another... So I got all these things now. More gold things I can sell. This Heart of Stone belonged to one who renounced their faith and slaughtered the divine and can be used in crafting a weapon. Same as the Jade Fang, same as the Long Pearl. These things... So that's for gourd upgrades. That's for drink. Offspring of Frogs. Treasure it as it may prove wondrously useful someday. So yeah, so there's more... So there's the refined sand. Recipes. Emotion is the child of uncertainty, born from the touch of experience. Once hidden inside the Buddha's head, this treasure has a secret yet to be revealed. Okay. Scando of Feeling, Scando of Form. Long Scales, a gold piece, and 6 Buddha eyeballs. Not mind if I give you one tip? Send it to me as a direct message. I'm curious, but I don't want to be spoiled right at this get-go. Also, there's a boar I need to talk to at some point. DM'd me? Thank you. I'll have a look after stream. So yeah, so if we had to deal with that secret boss, then the next thing is trying to open that door and help out this guy here.
2 more jars from Windrest. Make it quick.
So yeah, I don't know where Windrest is, because it isn't on like my, it isn't on my list of like transportation areas. So I'm not too sure if I've like, screw you, fly. I'm not too sure if I've been there before. And then otherwise, there's also this door, but I don't see like the weird like statue thingy-majiggy that I could have used to open it like I did the other one. So it makes me think that I'm, you know, I'm on the wrong side of that particular door. And it doesn't look like there's like any other entrances or caves here. So I've already done like the meditation thing at that point there.
Tabitha Fox paid me to say, would you still love your girlfriend if her PP was bigger than yours?
Ooh, good question. I am not too certain. I'ma be real with you. I would feel very emasculated. I don't know how I could continue on like that. Because, you know, there's just a personal pride sort of thing there. You said something earlier that would help. Damn it, there's like no map for me to help me. So, amplification, tiger, anti-miasma, multi cooling, it's none of those things. And then we have the incense trail talisman. But yeah, I feel like I need to get to it from like another side. But the thing is that going that way just takes me like, so either going through there goes me to the thingy-majiggy that has me like sliding down the shifting sands and what have you. And then going up here takes me to the long cavern. Is that guy gonna be a threat? Yeah, he is. There we go. So yeah. You said something earlier that would help. Yeah, but the thing is I don't remember what I said. So yeah, there's this door here. This just takes me to the cavern. Do I need to talk to that stone guy again? Is he gonna give me something this time that's gonna be useful, or? You assume Zeebs has a good memory. That is a very valid criticism. I do not have a good memory. Oh. Hi there, Peach. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'm going like side to side in a whole ton of different thingy-majiggies for Black Myth Wukong, because like the next like major boss is like, he gets me a little bit stuck. So yeah. So yeah. That's the path to go. Noted. But yeah, I'm trying to like do a thing with a boar. No! My beautiful hair! And then that's nothing important. Meanwhile, more bellflower. Huh. Oh wait, no, I've been here before. That. Did you get the sobering stone yet? There's a sobering stone? That's what I'm missing. That's what I think I'm missing, the sobering stone. Check your items. Doesn't look like I have it.
Finest goods in town. Won't let you down.
Iron pellets. Use the gore. Can no longer be interrupted by incoming comments and now provides a hairpin. Slightly increases will gain from defeating enemies. Sobering stone. A foul-scented stone, perfect for sobering up that drunken pig. Do I need to, like... Okay, you only had one.
Yourself a right fine bargain.
Blood of the Iron Bull. Maybe it can be exchanged for something valuable. So there's nothing... The Gold Ridge Beast, I feel like that one is a fallacy.
Rarest stuff to seize. Guaranteed to please. Rarest stuff to seize. Guaranteed to please. Make sure you fetch more will next time.
Alright, so I only need one. Good to know. Got this. Always good to have a little more ginseng. There we go. Grab some of you. And then... Don't fall on your back, I'm busy. There we go. But yeah, I'm in the approximate place I would need to be for more iron sand. Pull the lever, Crump. Run, lever! How's it going, Peach? I know, like, Davey is helping me out a lot in this game right now, but, you know, I was doing a lot of stuff on my own, and I was doing pretty okay before he came in, but I appreciate the assistance here and there, especially when it's in one of those cases of, oh, hey, here's a weird convoluted method that like, a la similar to Dark Souls. Because, like, I'm gonna be real, I thought I was gonna have to travel back to the Black Forest and talk to the drunk monkey or something like that in order to, you know, get what I needed for this guy, which would have just been more alcoholic beverages. But it's nice to know that I just needed to talk to the stone guy and get a sobering stone. Because, you know, that's what everyone gets.
Oh, how refreshing. You woke me up. Thanks. Enough with the chit-chat. My belly's growling.
He is a very big pig. He's a very big hog.
I must quench this rumbling in my belly first. The Temple of Crouching Tiger. They say there's meat there. Worth a look. The feast first, then the toil.
Alright. Temple of the Crouching Tiger. So we gotta go back to the temple entrance for the Crouching Tiger. Should be easy enough. Oh my goodness, my chat. There's a furry in here for everyone. There's a monkey, there's a tiger, there's a horse, there's all sorts out there for you in this game. There was like a snake dude, there's all sorts. Alright, travel. Crouching Tiger Temple. So we head to the Crouching Tiger Temple. What are the chances that that big piggy guy... Where's the femboy furries? Oh, they'll pop up at some point. Also, would the Chinese appreciate femboy furries? I don't think they would. They've been making a lot of, like, trickster or, you know, hyper-masculine furs. Alrighty, so... He was talking about this area. There's a lot of meats here. Could this be it? Oh, hey, there's a... I do not recall this. Holy shit. How long has this been here? Oh, that was a very loud bird. I'm glad you did explore it because you already have the next part. Yeah, so I've already got the, So I beat the tiger, I beat the stones, I was able to open up a number of the doors. But yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, I didn't know about this area. I just saw the maw open, I was like, oh, I guess I'm going in there next. So I was able to get to the cellar and what have you. And now there's this place, which I imagine there's gonna be more...
Who goes there? Take him down!
Yep. Alright, let me just open the thingy-majiggy. Turtle thing. Ooh, copper pills. Okay, so we got more things we can brew with. And then we've got this thing here, which must lead me to the Tiger Temple. If you go back to the stairs, you will find the boar again, but keep exploring too. Noted. So yeah, I've got new brews. So let's see, I got soaks that can increase the health. The next rock solid costs no mana. Yeah, I'm good with that. Because the lamb brew will open up like 3 slots for me, which I think would be helpful. So... Alright, let's see how well... Alrighty. This must not be the way they wanted me to... Yep, never mind. That was not the way they probably wanted me to go through that. Nice. That's another one down. My goodness. The amount of, like, interference I get with God Rays is going to... It really wants me to do the ray tracing in this area. It really wants me to experience ray tracing. Open this. There we go. What do I get? Silk and will. Okay. Good crit. Let me absorb that. What was that? Ascension powder? Stream foes for you? Give it a refresh. 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 Not sure what happened though. Huh. Not to worry. We'll figure it out another day. Also, is this... That just looks like a whole ton of shit. That doesn't look like a piece of wall that's broken. That just looks like a whole ton of shit. Alright, so we're now on this side of the wall. That was risky. That was very risky, but I survived. Tiny and small. Yeah, not really. fuck did you come from? There we go, got rid of you. And let's absorb this rat assassin. Kinda wish dodging restored magic. I betcha, like, further down the line, there is gonna be a way to restore magic. It's not just gonna be, oh, it's a separate, like, gauge. Because I'm not a huge fan of, like, some of these gauges, like, because the thing is like, the super ability, like the key and such, and then, like, the transformation, those regenerate and such, whereas with things such as the immobilize and what have you, those don't regenerate, and I'm like, that feels off. Like, it's weird that, like, if I sustain myself long enough and the cooldown for the spell reduces because the key, that I'm able to, like, do, like, the transformations and such, which I feel like are major things to do, especially since they give you health, whereas with the, you know, the whole pausing people thing, which I think is really way more useful, it's like, oh, it's limited to something else. Oh, hello. There we go, another fragrant vine. I think I need 3 of them in order to get the... Hang on, is this... Yeah. Down that way, so our only direction is up ahead. More will to absorb, thank you. Oh hey, the will actually, like, restores some of my gourd as well, interesting. Monkeys? Sounds like there's monkeys here. Oh, thank goodness, a shrine. Go. Nothing down that way. The chest here. The pathway there. What does this give me? More Yao Guai cores.
Glug, glub, glug, glub,
Where's
glug.
my son? I can't find him.
Oh, come on.
Is my karma.
Huh.
I shouldn't have. With all my skills, I failed.
Alright. So I picked that up. I'm a little annoyed that I did like the freeze thing when he was up in the air when I couldn't get to him. Alrighty. So we absorbed him. What does he do? Takes the form of the tiger acolyte, draw near the foe in a flash, and hack them with a sword, dealing a single instance of damage. Moderately increases the critical damage. Alright, cool. Yeah, I do gulps. Every time there's an opportunity to drink while I'm on stream, there's gonna be gulps. I know what you guys like. There are people here that like the gulps. Alrighty then. Gather you. Yeah. Gulps. That one's just fun. Alright, what's in the latch? Glazed Reliquary. Alright, what do you do? While perfect dodging requires restores a small amount of stamina, reduces the cooldown of all spells. Yeah, nah thanks. Yeah, it's a nah for me. My goodness, this place goes far. Okay, random spot is random. Cool. More licorice. Huh. So this just led back to the boss. Okay. Bit of a loop-de-loo around to go from point A to point B. Alright, travel. Back to the Crouching Tiger, the temple entrance. And then let's see where the hog is. Let's see where the hog is gone. So is he like hiding back here somewhere? From the looks of it, no question mark? From the looks of it, no. Alright. He's most likely gone down the cellar. 'Cause that's where the guy who makes the medicine is. Oh, I need to snooze that. There we go. Because we're not gonna go through another advertisement or anything like that. Alright. Where is our hog? Where is this fat hog? You down here? No. You down here? No.
You still stare aiming?
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, there you are. There you are, you fat hog.
Oh, this putrid rat meat. Help me score a tasty treat, will you? I've been craving a taste of that juicy jade lotus. I wouldn't mind some meatless meals from time to time.
I don't know how I gave him a jade lotus.
The realm of gold does hold a connection to this desolate land. I hear the realm of gold is where the sun sets. There, they held rats above all others.
Aha.
And somehow, before we knew it, the realm was... I just tried those rat guys. Its people are not yet extinct. I suspect our senior brother gave me a piece of gold. I'll need it here when the time's... It's the right time now. I just tried those...
Oh yeah,
People
I've already...
are not yet extinct.
And then there was this cave here. I probably need to stop at some point, though. Once I get down to the cellar again, that should be a good spot to, like, stop and everything. Doesn't know how to handle like 4 Wukong, supposedly. Thankfully, they didn't need to be around for long. Alrighty. And then there's that there, which I don't really have a solution to get. Damn it. Oh, I bet you that's the trick. Alright. Offer my incense here. Snooze this. Alrighty then. Excuse me. That is going to be it for tonight. That is going to be it. I went for a lot longer than intended. I wasn't meant to do that. Yet here we are. So, Alt F4 that. So yeah, alrighty, that is it for tonight. If some of you are like just waking up and starting your day, what have you, hi, I hope your day goes really well. Otherwise, let's go and have a look at who it is that we can go and raid. Let's have a look. We got a number of people playing Black Myth Wukong and that recommended me that I have no idea about. But let's have a look at my follow list. We got Dazuis, we got Webawista. There's a lot of people. A lot of people. Alright, it's been a while. We're gonna go and raid into Where Barista. They're an amazing artist from Southeast Asia. They've got this like fat looking bear looking persona. I think you'll enjoy them. Alright, here is our raid message. Reject modernality. Reject modernity. Return to Monke. Is that how I spell it? Modernity. There we go. Reject modernity. Return to Monke. That is going to be our raid message. Dink donk. I am going to use my arrive emotes, but you're welcome to use whichever other kinds of emotes that you want. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all had a wonderful time with Black Myth Wukong. I will be back online Wednesday for a stream. I still don't know what it is that I'm going to be playing that night, but it's not going to be Yakuza. I would love to hear your thoughts on like a different franchise or game to go through. And otherwise, hopefully we'll see you all next time. Bye for now.